we go. The microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. It is Saturday, what is it, June 24th of 2023. And welcome on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcomes from all the good people. And that is YOLO DrFox2000 from Piggy. And thanks Mars, and Cynthia says we missed you, and Sue says I hear you. Thanks. And of course we got John Raper saying welcome Dr. Fox, thanks, and Hermione as well. More Pepsi might help. Yep, I'm thinking about that. I actually wanted to take a sip before I turned the microphone on, and I forgot to again. It's okay. I was busy doing things, looking at lava, being hypnotized. And thanks, Juliet. Speaking of Juliet, Juliet apparently snuck in first today and gets the cookies. So there is Juliet's cookies. There you go. And let's see, what do we got happening? Well, first off, we see some canned lava on the screen from Helma crater. I figured I'd throw something on there that was moving and looking pretty, I guess is the best definition. Anyway, all good with that. And let's see, what do we got that's of big news real quick? Well, we got more little quakes happening there in the mid-Atlantic ridge, just north of the Azores. Nothing really major since yesterday, and that is all good. So we'll leave that part be. I did not hear of anything major, any major eruptions or anything like that either. So that is kind of what we're dealing with. I see we only got 12 people in the chat so far. That's not very many. Hopefully we'll have a few more showing up. And I know it is Saturday, so Saturday's a day off for a lot of people, and they try to get wonderful things done. I should take a Saturday off sometime. Yeah, anyway, Charlotte also here. Welcome. And let's see. Yeah, I guess we'll run through the names real quick, since there's not too many of you. We'll go with Henry Nelson. Welcome. Cynthia's here. Charlotte is also on board. And Hermione and Fluffy. And John is here. Kevin Williams. And Juliet, of course, who got the cookies. And going up, a bunch of repeats. Yeah. I guess that's to be expected. Sue Hayes also here. Welcome, Sue. We got Ken. Mars 2028 came in for a landing, of course. And welcome. Going up, looking for others that I may have missed. Dan is back. Welcome, Dan. And Dan didn't get cookies today. Juliet did. Ha! Oh, let's see. And what else we got? Layla is in the house, as well as bonjour to Tanto. Good evening, Tanto. Bill Kimmel is here. Welcome, Bill. And who else we got on here? Scrolling up, looking for other wonderful names. Gura26, of course, with that wonderful super chat as well. And do appreciate that. Thank you very kindly, Gura. And might as well say that about Piggy's super chat as well. While I'm talking about those, I do appreciate the wonderful support, you guys. That is awesome. Going up a little bit more, looking for more wonderful names. And CVET69 is here. Peter Greenlee's also on board. Perfectibility 999 also here. Welcome on board, all of you guys. And let's see, who else we got in here? Still scrolling upward, looking for other names. Did I say Layla? I think I did. Welcome anyway, Layla. And still going up, looking for more. Boy, for not so many people in here, there's a lot of chat going on. Wow. Philomena is back. Welcome, Philomena. And I'm all the way to the top. Okay, so I don't see any others. Going back down to the bottom, just as Sharon Stewart. Wow, thank you, Sharon. Sharon Stewart. I gotta write that down. And it's a $21 super chat. Awesome stuff, Sharon. That is fantastic. Thank you very kindly. Appreciate that wonderful support. And wow, okay. Good way to start a Saturday show. I like it. Thank you very kindly, you guys. And let's see, what are we going to talk about first? Well, we can talk about Hawaii real quick. There really isn't all that much new there, so let's see if we can cover some of that real quick. At least I didn't see anything that was outstanding or fantastic. Okay, Piggy says, be right back, about to kill a thistle. Piggy, be nice. Be nice, Piggy. Oh boy, I hope Piggy is okay. Anyway, I hope Thistle is okay. Anyway, speaking of being okay and things, yesterday I had showed a certain picture, and we thought it was Klyushevskoy, and it was not. I'm going to actually get rid of that banner. That was this photo. And I have looked through multiple different photos to find out, but this is actually Orangutan. So the other site that I got that from obviously made an error in their title. So obviously I want to make sure that everyone understands that. So who was it that got the cookies? Oh, that was Sue. Sue, you're going to have to give the cookies back. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You can eat them. It's all right. So, of course, we have the other one from today. That is our today's secret volcano. And I've confirmed this one. So good luck when the time comes. Anyway, we'll get rid of that guy too. And here's what's happening at Helma crater. And off in the distance, we see a lot of steam still rising. Kind of weird to see that because, you know, you'd think with it being not so active that we'd see less steam, especially on those back higher plateau areas. Anyway, looking at what we're seeing down here, kind of a, I guess we call it another lava pond, but the old West lava pond really isn't doing anything. It got flooded out a little bit, but that was it. Wrecked it. Didn't make it look so pretty anymore. And of course this new area there that was in the southwest region did show definite drop when that happened, so pretty cool. But I don't know. Other than that, everything is pretty normal there. Quick shot at the other photos. Still seeing a little bit of a smoker out here where that one, well, that was actually the second burst when that started on June 7th. So the first one was over by Pig Island. The second one was in the background here, southeast corner. And not sure what was going on with that, but that's okay. Anyway, still seeing smoke in the other spots as well. Long range shot, a B1 camera. Well, they can move it back down to the crater, I think. It'd probably serve better down there. I mean, it's a nice shot, but it's okay. And of course you got Mauna Loa in the background that you can almost see because of those clouds. And quick shot at the thermal. There you can see the old West lava pond, and of course not too much else on this picture. Well, the southeast lava pond, really not anything left of it. It's covered up. Still seeing a little hot spot here beside Pig Island, and still a little bit of hot stuff down here on the edges. So not sure what all is going to happen with that, but quiet as it goes. We'll put it back here for a second, and we'll leave Hawaii for right now. I just wanted to comment. It looks like that vent has two horns. I'm just going to pack that up a couple of seconds and actually stop it. Maybe we'll see if we can get it back a little bit more so the smoke isn't really hitting it. Anyway, you can kind of see it's still got two ears there, so we're going to keep an eye on those and watch for when they fall in. And of course, this area here has broken up quite a bit where the lava was last flowing, and we'll see what happens. So we can expect the tops here of this hornito slash side vent, parasitic vent, yeah, bat ears, they'll break off eventually. Pardon me, especially the one on the right side. It's a smaller, more dainty fix, if you will. So let's leave that back on alive, and we'll leave it there for now. Let's go over to our next location, and that will be over in Iceland. And of course it's raining there, so not the prettiest of weather, but hey, we'll take it. And there you can see the raindrops on the camera screen, or on the camera lens, I should say. And of course the city of Reykjavik, where it is 8:07 p.m. If we go back about, well, we can go back about 9 hours, and just to have a look, we'll see what the day was like. And that brings us to about 10:41 a.m. Yep, rain in some places over there. Not so bad over here, but definitely in the back, and we see that. Nothing really crazy going on there either, so we'll put that back on live. We'll make that one smaller and go to the next shot, which is off to the left of this last shot. And of course that is the regional airport, and you can see what it is doing. There we go. I'm trying to get it live. That is live. All right, so going back about 9 hours so we can compare. They did have a little bit of blue sky up above, but the clouds came in. Visibility not the greatest. You can't really make out Cape Lear too well over there. And the rest is okay. Nice green grass and stuff like that, so that is all awesome. This shot is from the Perlin Center, just like the last one we looked at, and the cameras are mounted right up top there, so all cool. Let's put that back on live and make it smaller. Go to the next shot. This of course is down by the lighthouse on the Reykjanes Peninsula, almost in the water. And very foggy view right now. We do see the steam geyser dumping out a bunch of steam, but we cannot see the power plant, which is in the back here. It is there. Let's go back about 9 hours and see if that was any better, and I doubt it. I think we're going to have to hunt for it. And what about right here? This is about 5.5 hours ago. Yeah, you can sort of see the power plant in the back. You can see the extra steam coming out there. And of course, with the steam going to the left-hand side there, it makes visibility pretty tough. We are not able to see anything off in the distance. No Grindavik today, no Blue Lagoon area either in the distance. So that's kind of what we're seeing. Let's take a look. I'm going to put that back to live. Make that smaller. Let's take a look at Katla. I think we may have the same situation with Katla today. That's the current view, not so great. And I'm scanning across here trying to see if we had anything that we can really look at where we can see a Katla. And this is probably about the best. that we had in here that I've got right there. So you can see a tiny bit of white, and that is just the edge of the ice field. It extends quite a long ways, and we are barely seeing it. Lots of people out there though. I'm surprised at that, even with the not so nice weather. So that is what we've got going on. Charlotte, I don't know if I said hi to you. Welcome, and hope I got that. Anyway, that's what we have there today. So not the greatest of views. I don't know about the other camera. I doubt very much that it is. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Rain and volcano gray. A nice combination. Let's put that back on the cameras, and we will get the next thing going is our harmonic tremors, and we'll start out with our wonderful Fragerdelfjall area. And I'm going to refresh this really quickly, and we'll see if we can get that in there. There we go. Not that it wasn't very far behind. We definitely see a drop in our magmatic and a slight upheaval again. I don't know where that's going to stop, but it still looks like it's still on its way up. Same thing with our seismicity, and it kind of maybe stalled a little bit right there, but we'll see what happens. And then of course our tectonic movement kind of waned a little and is starting to get back up and level out once again. I do see a couple spikes here. That's two together, maybe even a three down here, as you can see. And we'll take a look and see what those earthquakes are all about. And we'll do that after we go through the other ones. So let's go up to Askja and see if Askja is showing anything nasty. Well, look, we got a big spike in there, and just about the right time for the other one as well. So something was shaking the area, if it's up at Askja as well. So pretty straightforward, magmatic, going just about straight across with a couple little spikes in it. And then it looks like we had, well, the seismicity was okay, and then all of a sudden somewhere close to midday there picked up for a few hours and then dropped back down and leveled out again. As far as seismicity, or sorry, tectonic movement, it was basically up and down, as you can see in here, with some decent quakes in the area. We'll have to find out where those are, since they're showing up on both charts so far. Actually, looking at the other ones as we're scrolling through, the spikes are there for those as well. So it must have been a sizable quake. And we'll go and take a look and see if they got Grimsey going again, and no, they did not. So we'll carry on to the next one, and that is Grindavik. And there's your Grindavik chart. Looks like a magmatic went down and popped back up a little bit deeper than what we've seen at Fragerdelfjall. Same thing with seismicity. And then of course we see the drop in the tectonic. And again, very, very heavy stuff midday-ish here. Pretty cool. Piggy gifted a single membership, and wow, thank you, Piggy. I'm going to write that down. I gifted one. Thanks, Piggy. And congratulations to C&D Boy for getting it. That is pretty cool. And anyway, let's carry on here. We do see it picking up in the end. So that is pretty close to the other one as well. Joseph Fields, Texas, also here. Welcome, Joseph. And Kim Raudenbush snuck in. I seen him. Welcome, Kim. Let's take a look at the other one. That is Krusevik, of course. Grindavik is to the southwest of Fragerdelfjall, Krusevik to the northeast. And we'll have a look at that chart as soon as we can get to it. There we go. And yep, looks like their magmatic was slightly slower descent than what we had at Grindavik. but the return was still quite sharp. Kind of interesting, and seismicity a little bit different there, but still a pop back up, and not quite as much of that tectonic action, but we are seeing that same spike in there, so we'll find out where that is. Anyway, that is Krusevik. Well, I'll put it back on the Fraggrafjord, and that way I know where I'm at, and we can go from there. And yes, I like looking at it whenever I get a chance to refresh and see what is going on. Now let's pop over to the earthquakes and we'll see. And this, of course, is, oh, I see it already. What caused the quakes? Let me get on that earthquake map. And I think it is obvious. We can see the big bullseye there on top of Katla. And we'll maybe have to investigate that a little bit once we get going here. But 70 quakes in the last 24 hours in Iceland. That is a step up from what we had yesterday. So hopefully we'll find out where they are. I'm going to zoom in on the Reykjanes Peninsula first, of course. And there's the capital city, Reykjavik, and of course the airport over here, Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Yardvik, Grindavik down here, and of course the Blue Lagoon right in here, and the power plant right there. And we will slide out to the water, see what's going on. We had at 8:20 a.m. 1.57, 9.7 kilometers down for that one. The other one is a small 0.14 kilometers down, 11:10 this morning for that. Getting over to, well, all the way past our wonderful Fraggrafjord. That is the outline for Fraggrafjord's area, and yes, it does extend into the water, so it's got a little bit more down there than we know of. Looking at it, that's the location for Ragnar, and that is where Siggy Fisher is located. And let's move over. This is Krusevik over here. They do have two. This one is a 0.2 in magnitude, 5.2 clicks down. 3:40 a.m. for him, and then we have a 0.18, 5.9 kilometers down from yesterday at 22:31. And the next one is from 8:12 a.m. a magnitude 1, 5.5 kilometers down. 0 here from 4:50 a.m. 5.6 kilometers down. 0.48, 8.7 clicks down from 21:02. Did I miss anything up north? No, I did not. And we've got this 0.83, and that is 6 kilometers down. 10:16. We'll leave the other ones be there. 1.15, 7.7 kilometers down, 20:29. A little closer to Hekla, we have a 0.44, 7.4 kilometers down, 20:24 is the time on that. And then we've got a pile. Here at Katla, there is a whole bunch of quakes. We're not going to go through all of them, but we will look at some of the bigger ones and just take a few other samples. This, of course, 3.8, that would have shaken a lot of area. And yes, now we know what caused the big spike on there. At 8:11 a.m., 3.8 in magnitude, and that was 144 meters down. So likely in the ice, they must have had some kind of big avalanche or something. There was also a 3.27. I came in at 8:23. What was the other one? 8:11. So yeah, very close in time. That would make sense as far as the chart. It too is at 140. Oh, no, this one. Why am I clicking on the wrong ones? There. It is at 144 meters down. So that is a 3.27. Sizable quakes. And a few smaller ones, 2.74. Same depth, 8:26. This one, 2.2. 135 meters down, 819. 2.66, 135 clicks, 135 meters down, 815, 819 for that one. Boy, I'm having trouble today. I need a holiday, I think. 2.74, 144 meters down, 8:26 a.m. Next one, 1.1 kilometers down. This is a little deeper, so makes you wonder. At 2011 is the time on him, and then a 2.2, 1.1 clicks down, also at 2011. Do you think Katla is waking up? Well, so far what we're seeing here is surface quakes, so ice movement. 1.1 kilometer down, that is a little bit different. That's just below the ice. Now, something obviously is causing the ice to move, and that could be normal thawing, or we've got some heating underneath. We don't really know. 1912 for that 1.1 kilometers down. Let's just peek at a couple of these smaller ones. Yeah, 43 meters down. So that again is ice. 1.38, 527. This really small one, 1.1 kilometer down for a 0.1 at 849, maybe amongst the other ones here. Well, again, 1.1 kilometer down. That would be a reasonable place for, heat transfer to take place if it's got a kilometer worth of ice on top of it. Anyway, 926 for him. There's other, we got this 2.01. 42 meters down. That would have been on the surface, and that is 5:22 a.m. We'll grab this 1.1 clicks down from 14 minutes after 8 p.m. or 2000, and some 0.9s up here, fairly fresh at 2006, and that is a 0.9, 1.1 kilometer down. The other one, 2006, same time. Wonder if that might have been an echo. We never know. And I think that is good for looking at there. So, yeah, the thing is there, we look at the two depths. We see the stuff that it's fairly shallow, up in the 144 to 135 meters down up in the top. We can consider that to be a lot of ice movement. The stuff sitting about 1.1 kilometer down, if you've got a 1 kilometer thick ice bed, and that stuff is melting underneath, that could cause some movement up top, right? So hard to say. It's one deep glacier, lots of weight. Yeah, the weight, if it was a weight factor, we'd be seeing the quakes down just a little bit further. Like 1.3, 1.5, 2 kilometers down for the most part. But if what we're seeing could be, like I say, a little bit of ground heat melting some of that ice underneath, and we could have some collapsing of the ice bed, and that, of course, will cause some big quakes. And we've all seen how some of that ice can get melted out and leave caverns down below from the heat. So if that was the case, and you had a displacement or a drop, something collapsed, the stuff above won't support all that weight. Especially at 1 kilometer thick of ice, right? That has a few tons to it. Anyway, let's go carry on here, and we'll see what else we got. This one is 1.83, and that is at Bardabunga, and that's 4.3 clicks down, 16 minutes after 6 a.m. For him at 7:04, we had a 0.9, 1.5 kilometers down. This one is a 1.26 kilometers down, 1952. And going up to Askja, we had 2 quakes there. 1.72, 3.6 clicks down from 315, and a 0.5, 2.4 kilometers down, 1547. And a little further away, we had a 0.1, 3.1 kilometers down from 8:48 a.m. And moving up, we don't see anything around here, right? We do have this guy here, 1.2, 13.2 kilometers down from 8:23. That's a little deeper. And this one is from 21:47. It is a 0.52 and 3 kilometers down. 0.3, 7 kilometers down from 16:48. And 1.4, 4.4 kilometers down, 8:53. 0.7, 6.5 kilometers down, 8:52, and this small 0.5, 5.2 kilometers down from 41 minutes after midnight. Let's grab these last three, and that one is from 4:45 a.m., 1.3, 1.1 kilometer down, and next is a 1.13, and that is 9.6 kilometers down. 23:49 is the time on that one, and this one is from 3:34 a.m. 1.77, a lot deeper than the other ones, 13.5 kilometers down. So that's what we got there for earthquakes in Iceland. Of course, the big stack there at Katla. If we are getting some ground heating, that would make a lot of sense. That could be what's going on. I haven't heard anyone saying that the water flow rate out of that area is increased or anything like that. So no reports of that. That would kind of make me just hum and haw and think that this might be just regular. The ground, of course, is going to be a little bit warmer than the ice, and we all will get natural melting in there anyway, just because of general friction and weight. So that will heat up that bottom layer and allow it to melt somewhat. So interesting to see, and we'll see what's going on. Scott Hartman, welcome. Glad to have you on board. All right, a quick peek at the Azores, and we'll pop over there, actually, and let me get on that map. Where is it? Actually, I was going to look at the Azores, and no, we can't see it too well. Darn it, I was hoping. But that is Pico Island over there, and we got clouds in the way. Otherwise, we would see Mount Pico. Unfortunately not. And here's that cove we always look at, and we look for the white water splashing up on the shore here, and we aren't seeing very much today. It looks like there is a little bit of ripple there in the water, but nothing too crazy. And I do see the occasional wave breaking out in the ocean. So not really nice, but not really rough either. Let's go take a look at the next chart. That, of course, is the one for St. George by itself. Piggy saying DrFox2000 break time noodle poodle. Okay, Piggy, and I'm writing that down. Let's see, Piggy, and thank you very kindly for another £2 super chat. Awesome, Piggy, thank you. And I will take a break, and just as soon as we finish this Azores, and we did have a couple quakes out there, really quick. Looking at, there's one of them. This one is a 2.0 surface quake from 1328 GMT, and that is close to Fayal Island. This one in between San Miguel and Terceira. This is 2.5 kilometers down from yesterday at 23:12. Surface quake there, and one in an odd location a little further out, and okay, doesn't want to come up. It says it's a 2.6, 10 kilometers down from 11 minutes after midnight on today. Wow, today, yeah, GMT. So interesting to see that. Don't see anything else out in the area. Zoom out real quick and give you a better perspective of where you are. Down on the bottom here is where the Canary Islands are. That's the Azores, of course. And right in here's Portugal and Spain and France and England, Ireland, Wales, and Scotland up there. Newfoundland over here, and Nova Scotia with Sue waving at us from the far reaches of the eastern portions of Canada. Anyway, that is all cool. And there's Iceland and Greenland. We'll leave it as that. It is break time. Let's go put you back onto some canned lava. And there we go. We'll let that run and put the archive thing on there so nobody asks questions. And yep, I'm going for the break. Maybe an ice cream against Dr. Fox this afternoon. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I have to go out and get coffee creamer is what I got to do. Anyway, don't go away. For those good people who are here, if you're enjoying the show, please hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you haven't subscribed, you're sitting on the sidelines, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm going to go take a break, hear some music. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on, and welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you on board. I see Big Toe popped in as well, and yep, Big Toe. This is a freshly opened can of lava from, of course, the 8th of June, the day after the big eruption. Anyway, what you're seeing is the flooding out of the Helima crater. Thank you for the welcome backs from Tanto and Sue and John and Mars and Scott Hartman and Susie and Charlotte and Henry and Hermione and Fluffy, and I think we got everybody. And Piggy says, welcome back, the wonderful one and only DrFox2000. Yeah, apparently there is only one of me on here. So thank you, Piggy. Awesome. Anyway, let's carry on with our show. We did have a look at what was going on in the Azores. We had a look at the earthquakes there in Hawaii, or not Hawaii, in Iceland, and the tremor charts. So we also looked at Hawaii, of course, as well. Next one we want to kind of take a peek at is going to be our wonderful Popocatépetl, which is in the clouds right now, unfortunately. So I'm looking to stop the lava flow here, though. We'll pause it, so when we come back to it later, we'll have something left in the can. All right, popping over to Popo, and thank you for watching. No, yeah, well, thank you for watching, but let's get rid of that. That is Popocatépetl right now at 1442 today, and sits in the corner. What? I can't cope with more than one. Oh boy, Piggy, just for that comment here for you. You can have a stack of cookies, and those are the sugar-free ones. Reward rudeness with kindness. I'm kidding. Oh, a little bit of fun. And I know you couldn't handle more than one. That would be pretty bad. Scuffs them all. Okay, no worries. Anyway, looking at what we see, the top is hiding in the clouds. And when we go back a little bit, we do see it come out of there. And let's see, there we go. A little bit of puffing coming out, and of course those clouds being in the way doesn't really tell us too much, but I'm thinking that we're seeing a big slowdown in this particular volcano. And there you go, you can see this morning at 9 minutes after 10 a.m. a lot less going on. Yeah. Oh, Piggy. Yeah, it would be interesting to have a few of you, maybe like a dozen or something. That would really be just awesome. Anyway, 8:30 in the morning. That's kind of what we were seeing then. Let's see if we can hit the golden hour in here. They did have some clouds, so we're really not getting that really nice gold tinge on there, but that is okay. And we'll go back a little bit further and see what it looked like in the early morning hours. Quite bright up top, so obviously we know there is lava, fresh open lava in the top of that crater. Unfortunately, we did not see any eruptive activity, so it's basically on simmer right now, is what we'll call it. And that is going back to 2:51 a.m. If we go back a little bit further, well, all the way that we can go, 2:32 a.m. and that is about it. So we do see the very, very bright glow, but we're not seeing any lava come out. If we go to the other shot here and bring that one back as well, it doesn't really tell you too much of what's going on. You know, well, we know there's no output though, and that's the thing. There we go, and that's a little better. So yeah, kind of quiet. We'll put that back on live. This is the one view from this side, of course. And if we go back to the other one, I'm going to put that one back on live as well, and make it smaller. The 4-camera view, of course, you can kind of get the gist of what we're seeing there. They're all in the clouds. If we go further back, we see the way it was puffing this morning, and that was at, 6:12 a.m. So it gives you a pretty good idea. And then, of course, at nighttime, on the 4-camera view, it looks similar to that. So that's pretty much it for our wonderful Popocatépetl. I'm going to put that back on live and make that one smaller and carry on to the next volcano. And that, of course, is Fuego. And Fuego decided to disappear into the clouds about 5 hours and 50 minutes ago. And there it is. You can see a little bit of off-gassing from the top of it. Not a heck of a lot coming out right there. If we go here, Piggy throws in another super chat, another £2. Why, thank you, Piggy. And that is awesome. And it says, one of me is enough. The world wouldn't cope. Oh, come on. We could have a whole dozen of you, Piggy. You're a nice person. So, I guess. Anyway, thank you very kindly for that super chat, Piggy. Okay, so 8:03 a.m., that's what we were seeing. It was off-gassing, but nothing really major. And as we go back earlier in time, you can see a little bit of gases with wisps around the top of the caldera, but nothing serious. And I was hoping to see a little bit of a nighttime shot, but prior to that, I guess we had some cloud. So unfortunately, we won't be able to see anything there. And that is it for that one. Bites Dr. Fox, I am not nice. Yeah, I agree with that, Piggy. You're a nice, horrible person. Or Piggy. Anyway, let's go to this shot. That was yesterday's. Let's see what it is now. And there is Messiah in Nicaragua. And there you can see down into the caldera, you can see the little lava, the arc of the lava, and very steep and deep caldera. You would never want to fall into there. And that is what we're seeing there right now. So that is from 1538 today, that photo. It's all cool. Let's take a look at the next one. This happens to be Recon de la Vieja. And unfortunately, yeah, clouds. Nice trees, but it's in the clouds. That's what happens in the jungle. You can't see it. Darn it. And that is okay for those guys. So let's carry on. We're going to go down to Chile, and we'll see what is going on there. I could probably refresh that and see if we can see anything. And, oh, we might be able to a little bit. All right, cool. So there is Lascar, and Lascar, a little bit of off-gassing. You can see some of those wisps of gas over here every once in a while, and that is pretty cool. So we know it is continuing to be active. It's not a chilly, it's a pig and warm. All right. Our middle camera, of course, we do have a little bit of a view there, but nothing that's really going to make anything out. This is Laguna del Mole. And I think it's raining and snowing up there. We are seeing raindrops on the camera, so that is leading me to believe that we've got rain. And this one we haven't seen for a little while, and that is known as Villarrica. That is also in Chile. And you can see it is puffing. It's definitely throwing out a bunch of gassy material. And of course, completely snow covered. So that's a good indicator. The higher elevations were a lot colder. And that is pretty awesome. So I'm liking that. It's a nice view, and it's nice to be able to see that darn thing. Typically, very hard to see it, so nice for a change. All right, let's leave that be. I'm going to put it back onto the other shot here, and we'll pop to our next volcano, and that was Merapi. Got to get over onto Merapi and see if it'll make us happy. It happens to be doing something right now. Let's see if we can make that screen a little bit bigger. And that is kind of neat. Good timing. 3:50 a.m. there right now. Oh, no. Yeah, very close. It's not quite live on mine for some reason. There, let's do that. Get it completely live. There we go. And as you can see, some of that material making its way down, a bigger roll like lava bombs are rolling down. There's a layer of cloud in here, so that's why you're seeing these fingers of lava coming out from underneath the cloud. A nice little bit of a flow. Unfortunately, with that cloud in the way, and you can see that really well down here in the black and white shot. It's actually 2 layers of a cloud in there, so pretty awesome. Anyway, that is what we were seeing there. If we go back a little bit, there were times where it was a really heavy cloud, and there were times when there was a very little activity, like this one at 1:36 a.m. If you're looking down at the the IR camera down here, it does glow a lot more, and you can see some of the smaller hot rocks rolling down the hill in comparison to what we're seeing on the color shot. So a little bit more visible to the camera, but still getting down quite a ways down on the bottom. That's a good indicator that that steep slope is still allowing all that material to flow nicely. If we go back a little bit further, I'm just kind of hunting for more heavy-duty shots here, and they were looking at the side of the volcano again, so I don't know why they do that. Maybe it's just because of that poor visibility. And yeah, Merapi really not going to make us overly happy today. That is about it out of Merapi. So let's put that back on live, and that is what the present condition is. And we'll carry on. So Merapi, didn't make me happy. A little bit of lava, not enough. Dennis Ray, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And let's get over to our wonderful Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. That is our morning picture. I don't believe we're going to be able to see it very well. Let's try something here. Exclamation PTZ and space 2, and we'll see if the camera will obey. Just gave it a command to zoom in, and I wish I could set mine up like that, but my system isn't that sophisticated. Yeah. Anyway, we'll zoom in on it and be able to get a better view, but you can see some nice clouds because of that high amount of snow on top. Of course, it creates those frost clouds. Pretty cool looking, and we'll see if it does zoom in for us. While it's doing that, though, I wanted to kind of see if there was a nice sunrise. Well, not really much of a sunrise. We see it poking through the clouds there. We'll put that back on live and we'll see. Yeah, it did zoom in, and unfortunately really not making much of a difference. We do see that cloud sitting on top of the volcano, so hard to see, but a nice shot nonetheless. And we'll leave that guy be. We'll put this one back to a small screen, move on to our next one, and that is our wonderful, I should refresh that, there we go. That is our wonderful Taupo in New Zealand, and we're watching the chart here, and it looks pretty much quiet. Just a little bit of up and down activity in the last little while here, so I don't think we've got much happening there. Let's look at the sensor that's a little further to the north, and they're about the same, so really nothing to report there. Let's maybe have a look and see if we got a flea market today. That is the flea, hey, there's our flea market, yay, and there's the full picture. So 5-minute warning, thank you Piggy, and appreciate that. So yep, the flea market, and definitely over there. What a bounce, cool. Yep, I'd like to see a bouncy castle there. That's something they should get. Bouncy castle right over here. You got a lot of room. You could put a great big one in here. Just a dry one, and I'm sure the kids would enjoy that. Even the fleas would enjoy it. They could get in for free. I love this view. Me too. Anyway, the lake, of course, is the caldera for Taupo. And unfortunately, with the cloud in the background there, we are unable to see Mount Ruapehu, which is normally right about there. It's got another hill in front of it, of course, but it's tall enough that you'd be able to see it. But that is the view there in New Zealand. Of course, this shot is courtesy of the Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. And they get their free plug for today. So, yeah, I wonder if anybody's gone there, since I keep saying them. Bouncing fleas, oh boy, we got the bouncing fleas and the bouncy castle. Pretty awesome. Anyway, that is Taupo. We'll make that a little smaller, and we will change the view and put it back on Merapi so I know where the heck I am. We'll make that one smaller too, and then we will get our next volcano on the screen, but I think we might take a break before we do that. Where the heck is it? I have to locate it. It's gone. Somebody has stolen it. Yep, somebody has stolen it. Yep, I see, it's gone. See, I told you, it is completely missing. There is no volcano. It's done in. Somebody has taken it, or at least that's the story, and I'm sticking to it. It should be right in there, but let's back that up a little bit. Yeah, we did have a little bit of visibility for a little while, and you can see a little bit of glow on the top. This one was from 3:16 a.m. So that's a little bit ago, between clouds, and you can still see that wonderful glow. I don't think they zoomed in on it at all during the night, and like I said, most of the night a volcano was in cloud, so very, very hard to see. We did have a little while there where it was open, but nothing special. Anyway, it is pretty close to break time. I will back that up a little. Yeah, you can see a little bit there of a plume, but nothing major. Okay, we'll leave that be. I'm going to make that one smaller. The next one we'll try to see if our wonderful lava TV cams is on, and we'll see if Mayon will show up. In the meantime, I'm putting you back on the canned lava, and what we will do for now is go take a break, and of course after the break we will have bacon seeds. So keep smiling and bounce. Be careful, Dennis, if you're bouncing around there. Don't squash the fleas, okay, while you're in the bouncy castle. They may not like it, and they have ways of getting back at you. Anyway, I'm going to go and take that break. Then we'll have bacon seeds. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. And I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. And don't go away. Thanks. Oh, by the way, I looked for an emoji for our magpies. They woke me up this morning. I'm not happy with them. The little ones, apparently the nest that's out in front of the building here, the big pine tree, they got a nest. They had 2 young ones, and they're very, very vocal. Anyway, I'll be back. Here's some music, and that sounds better than the vocal bacon seeds. There we go. It's called Duck in the Alley by a Trap Tribe. I'll be back. Thanks. the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. And I was just thinking, Grandma B, you said you're making chicken legs and tater tots. Easy supper tonight. I think tomorrow's supper will be pretty easy as well, because you don't have to catch those chickens. They can't go anywhere without their legs. And thank you for the welcome backs there, Wonky Donkey. Yeah, and thank you, Tanto and Sue and Dennis and Charlotte and Mars, and I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. Okay, and thank you, Susie, and Hermione and Fluffy as well. Okay, so yeah, I guess tomorrow's dinner is going to be chickens, since they're an easy catch. Thanks, Jane, for the welcome back as well. And there, Tanto's throwing in some carrots for the chicken soup. And Cynthia says, we missed you. Oh, darn. That is making me blush. Anyway, let's get over to the bacon seeds. We got a Parker lava, though. I hit that pause button, and we will go over and see what we've got. Yesterday's last bacon seed, of course, was these. Well, this one, these ones. There's several in the photo, but one primary victim covered in sawdust. Anyway, Piggy sent us a bunch more, so Piggy always does a wonderful job. Even though sometimes she has trouble with pain and things, she still sends those bacon seeds. All good, though. First one of today is a pig pile, and that is what's happening here. Looks like we've got, what, 2, 4, 6, 7 of them. One is a little odd with spots on the end. Don't know why, but I guess it is the way it is. Yep, it's a pig pile, and that is awesome. Feels ignored. Snobs, he missed me. Piggy, I said you. Oh, okay, sorry. The welcome back, Daddy XXX. We missed you. Forgot what you looked like. You were gone so long. And Piggy, you probably wouldn't recognize me. I did get that haircut. You know that, and you've seen the before pictures. You sent them to me. Oh, yeah, I did go for a haircut this morning. Feels a lot better, you guys. Hey, and Yvonne Kunkel is here. Welcome, Yvonne. I'm glad to have you on board. Piggy, do you still feel neglected? Did you come back out of the corner? Your feelings are not ignored, okay? You are always front and center here. That's why we... post your picture and everything. Anyway, next, a bacon seed. Some lazy ones. These guys are just, laying around, doing their thing, and it's all cool. And let's see what else we got. I got littler ones. They're yumping around and doing the dance thing. I don't know if they are dancing or not, but they look happy. At least not like they're fighting or anything like that. Next one is these two, and you'd swear that's a mirror image of the two pigs, but I don't know. Maybe not quite. They're heading in opposite directions. Don't know what's going on there. Next one is this one. Looks like a mom and dad are having a look at the little one and saying, yep, little one's okay. Looks like a little pig. Pretty awesome to see that. And those wild boars there, I don't think I'd want to be in the path between mama and the piglet, so we'll leave that be. Yep, a little guy. Might need a hogwash, though. And let's go have another look here at the next one. And we've got a couple more little ones, and of course it looks like a mama in the background there with her big trotters, and they look like they're okay. They're just out and about trying to stay in the shade, mama's shade. And the next one is this one. Ooh, he can fly. A flying pig. And of course, pigs can fly. Right there, proof on the screen. No strings attached. Completely airborne. All right. And yeah, I do like that too. That is pretty awesome. And definitely up and away, running for food. Possibly there, Tanto. Snacks being served, coming over at the speed of light. And let's see what our next bacon seed looks like. And here's another one. A chipmunk. No, hang on. That is a bacon seed. All right. Looks pretty awesome. Little guy enjoying himself. Running away from the hogwash, Dr. Fox. Yeah, maybe that could be what is going on. You never know. Next one is these guys. And I think a hogwash is required. Looks like their snouts are definitely very, very dirty. Dirty snouts. Hogwash time. I'm not bacon. Dennis Ray, why not? Yeah, that may be what they're saying. I don't know. Could be, though. Anyway, let's take a look at our last bacon seed for today and see what we got. And that is this little one. Uh-oh, he's got his head up on a block. He's going to get his head chopped off. No, don't do it. No, I'm kidding. He's looking around. He's holding himself up so he can have a better view. That is awesome. And that is a little tiny bacon seed. And he's no bigger than to the guillotine. Yeah. Pinky one. Yeah, I like that. He's a cute little fella. He's got a lot of growing up to do. Anyway, that's our last bacon seed for today, so that's all good. Let's go back over and we will now have a look at our secret volcano. I gotta stop this lava, of course. That starts automatically when we go into that scene. And let's get that photo up there. No, not that one. We want today's footage. And there we go. Photo. Turn that off. All right. So there is our secret volcano of today. And barbecue with the neighbors, LOL. But I'm invited to there. Stand up at something. SP Delling, wherever that is. And no, Mars, it's not Fuego, sorry. This, and I double checked to make sure that I've got the right volcano today. We wouldn't want to have another one like yesterday. Paddling, no, it's not called paddling, Sue, sorry. I don't know what volcano that one is. It's not Krakatoa, it's not Ibu. It's not Ruapehu, even though you spelt it wrong. But still not the right one, Charlotte, sorry. I can read typo to a degree, and it's okay. And no, it's not Merapi. And I'm hoping I've picked a good one here because this is a good paddling ink. Okay. Sounds good. Dennis Ray says, dang, that was my guess. No, it's not Naya Muragira. It's not Mount St. Helens. It is not ASO. It is not Etna. And Wonky Donkey says, Dr. Fox 2000, do you have the same hairdresser as Homan Simpson? Just asking for a friend. No, it's definitely a different one. Tanto says, in Africa. No, African one? I can't tell you that. It's not an African one. I don't see any, no, never mind. Elephants or anything like that. No giraffes. Can't be African. Not Mount Cameroon, and not chopping a block. Uh-oh. John, somebody tell John in the chat that he needs to refresh. He's too far back. I thought, no, Mars, it's not Popocatépetl, it's not Bob. I was, what I always guess Bob. One day I will be right. Yeah, that's a nice try. No, it's not Fuego. Sorry, and definitely not Fuego. It's not Taal. It's not Semeru. And what is it underwater? No, Janice Karen. It's not underwater. This is on the surface. No, it is not Barren Island volcano, and it's not a Krakatoa. And I didn't realize this was going to be that tough. It's not White Isle volcano either. I think I may have got a good one here. We'll give it a couple more minutes and see if any more. You missed me. What? Nyiragongo? No, Sue, it's not the Nyiragongo or Goma 2 or 1. And it's not Shivalish, it's not a Wolf. It's not Pinatubo, it's not Semeru. Piggy says clue. Yeah, I'll give you a clue. It's a volcano. Okay, a clue. It is in the Ring of Fire. It is in the Ring of Fire. That's your first clue. Eliminates at least about 300 or 400 or 500 volcanoes. It's not Shimoi. No, sorry, wonky donkey. It's not Kilauea. It's not Urta Ale, sorry. One of the Congo ones, no, Colin. And that's not Nevado del Ruz. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Are we having fun or what? It's not Sabancaya. It's not Poaz. Sorry. Dr. Vox, who remembered the first name? Okay, who remembered the first name of Bob? The first name of Bob, I don't remember. Well, what they call it? Gelding Gadarlas. Isn't that what they called it originally? I don't know. Yeah, yes, okay. Okay, and now you got me confused. We had Bob and we had a Mini-Me. And then we had Bob Jr. It's not Mount Terabora, it's not Popocatépetl, sorry, it's not Villarica, not Cotopaxi, not Erebus, as I go through those names. I think I may have caused people to rethink. It's not Mauna Loa. Nope. Okay, it's not Pinatubo. It's not Mauna Loa. All right, I think we need to do another hint. It's not Sakurajima. Oh boy. Let me take a look and see something here. I have to check where the equator is. That by itself should be a hint. If I have to check where the equator is. So, yeah, all right, I'm going to give you this. It is in the southern hemisphere. It's in the southern hemisphere. That should take another 100 or 200 volcanoes off that list. It's not Tambora, it's not Yasur, and sorry, and none of the above. It's not Sangay, nope. And boy, oh boy. It's not Krakatoa. Okay, what more can I give you guys? Really, what more can I give you? I mean, other than giving you the name of it, that is going to be tough. I'm trying to be nice. Henry is surrendering. And that's one flag. If we get five flags on the field and we already give up, it's not a Mar Rapi either. There, Mars 2028. Sorry. Susie said it's a Krakatoa. No, it's not. Let's see. And what else we got? South. Okay, you're asking continents, and that is not a hint. We've said a southern hemisphere. Bagana? No, it's not a bagana. I don't know how those taste. Okay. All right, Piggy. If you got to go for a little bit. Bob, are you still here, C&D boy? Even if you have to go, Piggy, just go and do your thing, and we're all good there. It's not to all. No, Hermione and Fluffy, and neither one of you got it. Yeah, Piggy's gonna go. She's got to go do some errands there, so all good. It's not White Isle Volcano. So far, I've only got one white flag up there. Is there more white flags coming, or are you guys going to try to keep guessing? And yep, let's see. That's not Marapi, no. And let's see. Any other guesses? Well, it looks like people are starting to dwindle here. Polymeris, no, Mons, no, sorry. Tungagura Hua. No, sorry, it's not that one either, Sue. There's my second white flag on the play. Cynthia giving up. Simbing, I have no idea what Simbing is, but no, it's not that one. And what was Bob's first name before it was named by Dr. Fox? I've given you some time, Dr. Fox. We're in the middle of the other one right now, Yvonne. So hang in there. I see the third white flag up. Two more white flags, and I will reveal the one that we've got here, this on the screen. And Piggy, you take care of yourself, okay? And I can't remember, Yvonne, what the first original name for that Bob was. I really don't. I don't remember it. I just called it Bob because I didn't know what its name was. Anyway, we've given up. People are giving up. Okay, so everybody giving up. If you give in, I will tell you what the volcano is. It's not Colima. It's not Shinmodaki. No, sorry. Reveal. Okay, I will give you the name of this volcano. Iraqi? No, it's not. There's the fourth flag. I'm sure everyone is giving up. Irazu. No, not that one either. Okay. Trev may have it. Trev, did you say something? No, Trev did not have it. Anyway, we mentioned this one yesterday, so I'll give you it's Ubanas. It's Ubanas, and that is in Peru. It was erupting yesterday. We mentioned it, and we've seen a very large plume of SO2 coming from it. So Ubanas, Ubinas, Ubanas in Peru is our secret volcano for today. And Mars says, rats, I missed yesterday's show. Tanto is hiding her eyes. Yeah. I got Dove in for the cookies, and then it's okay. Well, nobody gets cookies today other than me. Yay! I get to have a stack of cookies, That is awesome. And yep. So Ubanas in Peru. Let's see if we can show you where it is. And actually I do have that up. So Adele says I must go early night. Good night, Adele. You take care. All the best to you. Anyway, getting the volcano map on the screen here. And just let's see if I zoom out just a tad. You can see where we are there. And of course, that is South America. And we'll zoom right back in and show you there. Ubanas. That is, it's an orange status right now on it. There is Sabancaya and there's Ubanas. So south of Sabancaya, and there we go. And that is pretty cool, and I'm glad nobody managed. I found a good one, so that is pretty awesome, and really I do like that. Thank you for trying to get it. I'll see what I can do for tomorrow. Why are you sticking your tongue out at me? I'm giving up that short one. I will remember it. So was the first name of Bob. What was the what was the first? I have no idea. I can't remember, Yvonne. You're putting pressure on me. Spill the beans. What was the first name? I don't know. I don't remember. I know they used to say what it is in the valley there. It was Fragadal Fjord or something, and some other stuff behind it maybe. No, I don't remember. I really don't. And oh, I get a crown and some cookies. Awesome. They're a king. Geldingadarler of, yeah, it was basically Geldingadarler volcano is what we called it originally. That is what they called it, and I couldn't pronounce Geldingadarler, so I called it Bob. Coffee, it would go well with the cookies. Oh, was it Bjorn? I didn't know somebody named it Bjorn. Who did that? Bjorn. That is kind of interesting. I didn't know that there, Yvonne. All right, where was I? I was going for a break. It is time for a break. I'm going to put this back on our stuff, and we'll leave it there. And we'll go put you back on that wonderful canned lava. And Ubanas is a pretty looking volcano. It looks like there was a lot of lava that came out of that particular eruption. So let's turn on the canned lava and the little sign that says it's archived video, and we'll go from there. So for those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit the like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet done within 6 days of the eruption, okay, just looking. Anyway, if you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe button as well. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes after I chase away the magpies. Actually, they woke me up this morning, those guys. Anyway, I was having a good sleep in till they got noisy in front of my window. I'll be back. Don't go away. Here's some wonderful music. The microphone is back on. And, somebody asked about the ducks. Thought they left with the bad weather. So did I, but apparently there's one still here somewhere, running around. And we hear him on occasion. I have no idea why he's still here. Tanto says, welcome, I'm back, Doc Duck. And, thanks, John and Henry, and I hear you, DrFox2000. There we go, from Sharon Stewart. And welcome back, lurking today, Kevin Haynes, no worries, and I'm glad to have you on board anyway. And thanks for the welcome back, Sue, and hi to JB, and thank you. And we missed you, DrFox2000. I'm sure you did. And there, that is the duck interjecting. Anyway, let's leave our wonderful canned lava for right now. And we'll go over to Mayon and see what Mayon is doing. Let's see if we can pause that canned lava right there. And frozen in time. What a shot, eh? We'll go back over here, and we do have Mayon on the screen. He finished streaming for June 24th, or I got into the daytime there, But I figured I would go back on the stream there and just see what they had. This was when he first started streaming it, and then of course we had a little bit more from the closer up view. Although it's not the greatest, he's quite a distance away from it. But that is what we were seeing up on the top of the caldera, and then you can kind of sort of see that path down this way. If we advance it a little bit, you'll see that material moving down, and you also see the other spillway on this side. You'll see that in a second or two, as we see some lava head down that way as well. If we move it ahead just a tad, you can see what's going on there. Gives you a pretty good idea. As soon as it stops buffering, there we go, and you can see the other path. So we know two different definite routes is still very much so open. It hasn't really thrown out a heck of a lot of lava, at least nothing that we can call heavy duty in that sense. So that is just about it as far as what we're seeing. And unfortunately, nighttime shots, we don't see it too well, with a lot of cloud and stuff in there. So kind of have to deal with the poor visibility. Nonetheless, we are seeing Mayon, and that is in the Philippines. And let's see, we have no report on Mayon. We do have a report on Semeru, which we already did. We look at Semeru? Yeah, we did. This is the report of Semeru. Let's see if we can make that a little bit bigger. There we go. Semeru, a volcano, East Java, increase in eruptive frequency, and this of course was sent out today at 13:25, and it says Magma Indonesia reports that on Friday the 23rd of June, 12 eruptions were recorded at Semeru, the largest of which occurred at 1:43, and the latest around 14 minutes, or lasted around 14 minutes, with an eruption column reaching 1,000 meters above the crater summit. The alert level remains at a level 3. Second highest of the 4-scale alert there. So pretty awesome photo. You can see that this was on a Friday on the at sometime around 1 a.m. ish, from what we see down in the bottom corner there. But yep, that was what they were seeing. Fairly heavy duty output, and kind of a nasty looking for what we normally see there. Usually it's just a puff going up in the air and some lava coming down, but that is kind of filled up the entirety of the top of that volcano. So that is what we've got. Let's see, next picture. No, just a butterfly. That butterfly is near the Tanger caldera, is what it says there, and Tobias Shore was the photographer for that, for volcanodiscovery.com. This is a sunrise over Fatumero Bay, and that is Tom Pfeiffer who took that picture, and this one is eruption from Benbow's crater at night. That is actually a very nice shot, and that is Ralph Nauer, if I got it right. So that is the name on it. And of course, back to the original. So that is what Semeru is doing. Next report is on Ibu, and Ibu, a volcano, of course, very close to our other volcano called Dakota, and they're both on Halmahera Island, Indonesia. Ash, or continuing ash eruption, as you can see in that wonderful photo. A very tall plume, and going all over the place. So wouldn't want to be downwind of that. Glad the camera is on this side. And that picture, of course, courtesy of Magma, or PVMBG is what they call themselves. Let's go to the next shot. Nope, not related. We'll leave that alone. Quick read here. It says the explosive eruption at the volcano continues. Then they've got these big names here. PVMBG, a local observatory, reported an eruption from the cinder cone within the caldera at 1337 local time yesterday. White to gray ash column rose to an altitude of 7,600 feet, or 2,325 meters, and drifted northeast. Seismic records suggested a seismic signal with a maximum amplitude of 23 millimeters and a duration of 99 seconds. In order to mitigate a risk, people are advised to avoid the area within a radius of 3.5 kilometers of the northern part of the crater. In other words, don't get too close. You're going to get hurt. Anyway, that is what they've got there, so pretty good. So Bjorn knows everyone by now. That was the first name of Bob Jr. Okay, all cool there. We'll continue on. What else we got? To all, not live today. I'm going to double check though. And no to all volcano, so we don't have a short one or a to all one either. Let's put this one back on live and see if it's any better. That is a Samaru right now. The clouds dissipated again, so we are able to see it a little bit, but not a heck of a lot. We do see looks like a little bit of a plume going off of there, but nothing too heavy and nothing too serious. We'll leave that be. Going to make that smaller. Let's take a look at. I'm going to try to look at a few others here. We'll take a look in Italy. See what we got in Italy. Nothing in Italy. It's not worthwhile looking at least not at Stromboli. Let's see what Mount Etna is looking like, and we'll make that one bigger and go to Mount Etna. That's the nighttime view, of course. Let's back up a bunch of hours so we can see the volcano even during sunset. 3 hours and 45 minutes ago roughly, and there we do see it, the top primary vent up there, definitely throwing out a lot of gases, and looks fairly dark. Mind you, that is somewhat silhouetted from the sun because the sun is going down. And if we go back, I was trying to see if we can find a clear spot, but it seems that the caldera up top was fairly cloud laden for the most part. This is the kind of a thing that you can see there. This is at 4:01 p.m. their time. A little bit before that, I think it might have been a little bit better. There you can see at just about 3 in the afternoon. A lot of smoke coming out of the top. So nothing major that we can tell. And of course, there it is coming off of the other side, or blowing the other direction a little bit earlier at 1:44 in the afternoon. And yep, that's about it. Really not much better visibility. That smoke heading towards the camera, so really tough to see anything. Let's leave that there. And like I said, the other one, we're not able to see anything over at Stromboli. Quick peek at the charts here, and we are seeing it just riding above the line. So the fact that we're just seeing it up there could suggest that we may see something eventually. We do know that southeast crater is still active, and of course the primary one up top doing its thing as well. So that is all cool. And let's see, where else can we take you now? Let's go to Japan. We will see what Japan has to offer. I gotta get myself over there. There is Japan. I see the ice cream boat is in. Need to find my map. Or there it is. Japan, make it bigger. There we go. Ice cream boat, front and center. We see it. It is docked. Run down, get an ice cream. Anyway, there is our wonderful Sakurajima volcano. Looks like pretty quiet right now. It's 6:50 in the morning there in Japan, and we'll go to the next shot. This is their close-up, as they call it, and we see a fairly nice shot of it, but we're not seeing anything really nasty happen. Charlotte, you need to put exclamation weather or exclamation W, then a space, and then the location that you want. So that's what you need to do for weather. If you want Edmonton weather, just go exclamation WE, like weather and Edmonton, all one word. Anyway, that's what we're seeing. We can maybe take a look at the caldera close-up cam. There you go, Charlotte. You got it right. And yep, close-up view. And you can see a little bit of off-gassing coming from that smaller vent on the right-hand side. We know the two primary ones in the top are doing exactly that same thing. A very little bit of output or smoke. Likely SO2 coming out. It's been doing that fairly heavily the last few days. So let's put that back on small, and this one will carry on to our next one. And there is ASO. ASO is definitely continuing to throw off a lot of steam and gas. And we seen yesterday it was quite a plume from ASO. Today will likely be about the same. We'll see what happens once we get to that point. And let's see. Yep, that's ASO. If we go back a little bit earlier, I don't know if it really mattered or was much different. It looked like it had rained just recently, but yep, sitting about the same. That is about an hour and a half ago their time. Prior to that, very dark, so I'm not going to worry about it. Going to put this one back on live, and we will get over to our next one, and that is Asama's. Asama-san is hiding behind the clouds, but if we go back about 13 or 14 minutes, we can kind of see what it's doing. And you know, for a volcano that's being totally quiet, it's sure putting out a nice plume in that particular shot. So I like it. A nice view, pretty awesome. But prior to that, I don't know, it was hit and miss in the clouds. And we do know, though, that it was continuing to off-gas there. You can see it at 5:10 a.m. And that is pretty heavy off-gassing. So definitely something going on. And if we go into the nighttime view, no good at night. The clouds were just too thick, as you can see right there. So that's it. So we'll leave that one be. I'm going to put it back on live, make that small. I'll put it back here. I hope everyone got their ice cream. The ice cream boat is leaving. I hope everyone got what they needed. All right, let me put you back on our canned lava, and we will put that there, and we'll go through the volcano report real quick. And let's see, where is it? I had it here all lined up. All right. 1 second though, I'm gonna have a drink of Pepsi here. Be right back. Okay, I got that back in there, and we are doing the volcano report. And let's start out with the two from yesterday. Not that much activity, so we'll get those out. And it says late Friday's volcano or volcanic activity, 2 volcanoes. And first one up there is Ubinas in Peru. Hey, wasn't that our secret volcano today? And continuous ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 2030. And the other one on yesterday's list is Dakono on Halmahera Island, Indonesia. There we go. And continuous volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters reported at 2,300 last night. And today's volcanoes, we've got 8 that are showing some activity. Mayon, which we already looked at, Luzon Island in the Philippines, eruption to 9,000 feet, 2,700 meters at midnight, and then again at 7:45 a.m. And then a volcanic ash cloud unknown height reported at 1,400 as well. So 3 separate reports, lots of activity there. Peru, Sabancaya in Peru, how about that? Continuous ash emissions to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters reported at 15 minutes after midnight, and again 6 hours later at 6:15 a.m. And the next one is Sangay in Ecuador, a new volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters reported at 45 minutes after midnight. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, new volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters reported at 1:15 this morning. And Semeru, East Java, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters reported at 3:15 a.m. And we've seen that separate report to from 1,300. We've seen that. Okay, so that's all cool. Or sorry, 1,325. And Ibu over on Halmahera Island in Indonesia, we had that report from there as well. Ubinas in Peru, sporadic puffs to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters reported at 8:30 a.m. And the last one on the list, Reventador in Ecuador, a volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters reported at 13:30 today. And again, thank you, Sue, for sending that wonderful report in. That is awesome, and I appreciate receiving those and letting us catch up on some of these things. 6,400 meters is no joke. No, well, that depends on what you're doing with the 6,400 meters there, Mars. And that is all cool. Anyway, let's put that back here. I'm gonna just do a little housekeeping and we'll keep going. It is just about break time here, so we'll just pop off there right away. Yeah, so I did try to do some stuff this morning. I was trying to find a magpie emoji that would be suitable and viewable. So we'll see what happens with that. We'll find something maybe today or tomorrow, and we'll see if we can throw an extra one in for our wonderful viewers. The magpies have gone somewhere. I think they might have gone on a supper break or something. I don't hear them anymore right now, which is okay. Anyway, those friendly notes for those good people who are here. If you have not yet hit that like button. That weekly volcanic update report, that's awful long, Sue. We'll see what we got at the end of the show if we got time to throw some of that in. But I did receive it, and we'll definitely consider throwing that out there. But I don't know if I want to do that today or maybe save it for tomorrow morning or tomorrow first thing. It is a lot to read in there, so a large file. Yeah, well, we'll work on it. We'll work on it. You can pick just a few. Yeah, I could probably do that as well. Maybe just highlight a few out of there and see what we can do. Anyway, right now I'm going to go for a break though. So for those good people who are here, if you haven't hit that like button, give it a bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On those friendly notes, I'll throw some music back on, and you can continue watching the slow moving lava at the Helima crater that happened there on the 8th of June, the day after it popped, and we thought we'd share some of the aftermath there. This is fresh canned lava that I have not shown yet, so nice to have it on board. We'll be back in a few minutes. Here's some music. Keep smiling. go. The microphone is back on, and let's see. We'll say thank you to JB for that $5 super chat, saying quackity quackers and Dr. Fox. Awesome, awesome. Love that duck sound. But hey, I don't know why that duck is still here. It's supposed to be finding itself a pond or something. Thank you for the welcome backs from Diane and Tanto and Charlotte and Henry and Mars 2028 and our wonderful John Raper and Hermione and Fluffy and the Duck and Henry. And that is all awesome. Sue, are you behind a little bit? And that is, I hope she's not too far behind. Yeah, we'll be okay with that. But anyway, thanks everyone, and thank you, Sue. And I noticed even on my my own phone, when I was watching, the stream is a little bit delayed on some mobile devices, and I kind of have to wonder about that. It's not as live as it could be, up to a minute or so in delay, so kind of odd that way. But anyway, let's carry on with our stuff. We had a look at Japan. We had a look at a bunch of the other volcanoes around the world, and nothing really too crazy going on, unfortunately, but we'll take a look. And we will go have a look at the earthquakes right now and see what we've got shaken there, and go from that point. Oh, I clicked it without turning off my canned lava. All right, Hermione, and I did get that email from Trev during the break. And we are going to check into something there, Trev. We'll check that out. But I definitely did check in several places. Interesting that we've got some wrong labels on volcanoes. And people are posting photos and wrong labels. So we're going to check into that a little bit more. That Ubanas one may not be the correct picture, even though it was in Google as well as the website I went to that I clicked through to. So we'll have a look at it, and we'll definitely check that out. Anyway, let's take a look at the earthquakes, and we'll have a look up here. Kamchatka Peninsula, nothing. Well, we have an older one there, nothing new anyway. We've got a 4.3 here in the Aleutian Islands near Rat Island, and that was 27 minutes after midnight, 108 kilometers down. The other ones are much smaller, not going to worry about those. Sliding down the North American coastline, I don't see too much. Getting into Central America, don't see anything there. And this looks like deep in Peru, and it is a 4.9, and that came in yesterday at 23:31, 161.8 kilometers down for that one. Next one, that might be in our, is that Chile? It is 4.4 from 2:50 a.m. there in Chile, and that is 103 kilometers down for that guy. We don't see anything down here in the South Sandwich Islands. Moving over to New Zealand, nothing on this particular map. Looking at our two swarm areas there, no new quakes, and we do have one here though, 4.4. They consider that a Tonga area, even though that could be closer to Fiji. That is from yesterday at 20:52, 494.5 kilometers down. And this one here, this is, I think we had this one yesterday, yes, from 1705 on the 23rd, 25.4 kilometers down, 5.6 from Wallis and Futura Island region, so just to the northeast of Fiji, and that is all cool. And let's zoom back out, slide over a little bit, look for more stuff. Banda Sea area, we've got this one. They called it the Banda Sea this time. and that is 4:05 a.m., 163.2 kilometers down for that one. Don't see anything else in Indonesia, and nothing there in Taiwan. Going up towards Japan, we see a couple. This is from 9:17 a.m. Izu Island region, 4.7 in magnitude, 10 kilometers down for him. This one a little bit further to the north and closer to Japan. That's a 4.8 from 1858, 39.3 kilometers down for that guy. That is from yesterday, of course. So that is it for those quakes in that region. Moving over a little bit, we do see one up here. That is in eastern Kazakhstan, 4.5, and that came in at 14:51 today, and that is 17.4 kilometers down. Looking further down here, we see one on the Indian mid-Indian ridge, as they call it, 4.8, 8:55 a.m. and 10 kilometers down for that. Since that is happening there, we'll see some recourse and likely see some stuff up here on the Owen fracture zone in that area, which in turn will cause more either over here in Iraq or some down here in the Gulf of Aden and that kind of stuff. Nothing new in the Turkish area, at least not on this map. We do have this one over here, northern, well, I guess Spain would be the closest place to it. Portugal sits in here, and then Spain up there. Kind of an odd place to see a quake, but hey, a 4.4 from 5:45 a.m., 9.2 kilometers down for him. The other one over here is the last one that we see in that swarm. This, of course, is the Azores right here, and that is kind of in between Iceland and the Azores, well, closer to the Azores though. And we'll click on that guy. It's a 4.9. They call it Northern Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Came in yesterday at 1935, 10 kilometers down for him. Just scanning up on the top, don't see anything else up in the Great White North areas or anything like that. So pretty calm, cool, and collected. Let's take a look at Hawaii and see if we have anything new there. First off, I see this guy, 2.2, near Kona, and that came in at 11:20 a.m., 9.9 kilometers down. That's way out in the water, though. For Hawaiian ones, you take off 3 hours and you'll get the actual Hawaiian time. I get them listed on my time, so that's why we mention it that way. Let's take a look. Well, let's grab this one first over here. That is not in the Pahala area. That's a 2.4. Yesterday's from 1734, 40.3 kilometers down for that quake. The rest are in the Pahala area, some from yesterday, some from today. We'll start out with these ones here. 1.8, 7:47 a.m. and they're all between 26 and 37 kilometers down, so I won't mention the depth. The next one, 1.7 from 1351. This one is 2.4 from 952. And we'll go over here and grab these other ones. 2.0 from 1:39 a.m. We've got 2.3 from 10:13 this morning. We've got a 2.7 from 7:01. And the next one is a 1.8 from 1732, and then this guy here is a 2.3 from 9:41 a.m. and moving over a bit more, we'll grab these ones. 2.1 from 3:25 a.m. and then this guy, a 1.9, yesterday's from 1914. The other one beside it, 1.9 from 1726, 35 clicks down for that 1.9. 1726 is the time. Okay, cool. and this one another 1.9, 5:54 a.m. for him, and this one is a 2.0, 7:43 this morning, and the last one on the list, a 1.8 from 13:29. And that is it for our earthquakes in Hawaii. That is all in the Pahala region. This one, of course, not. Kind of makes a guy wonder what's going on. Still want to see more out here, just beyond Luihi Seamound. And, of course, we see that one off of the coast by Kona. So that is about it there for those guys. Let's pop over to the Canary Islands. No earthquakes at Kilauea. No, none. There was absolutely none when you look at it. Yeah, right there. You can see that. It's quiet. I'm surprised, Sue. I would expect to see something. Something should be happening there. Anyway, let's zoom this one out. This is the Canary Islands down here. Checking up here to see if we have anything on that East Azores fault. I don't see anything. Zooming back in a little bit more, we see we have the newest quake over here at the end of Tenerife, northeast end, and that is a 1.8 from a 3:21. 3:21 this morning. Yesterday morning. Never mind this morning. Old quakes, looks like we don't have anything newer, and yep, looks like everything is from yesterday or earlier. This one is from the 21st. Not going to worry about him. I want to see where that one is. Oh, that's the one right up on the ridge. That is a 1.5, 9 kilometers down right there. So that's it for the quakes for today. And we've worked through that very quickly. That's all good. And we'll leave that about there. And we will get over to our SO2 map and start that off. And I will refresh that real quick before we get to it. And there we go. Let's pop onto it and see what we've got. And yeah, first thing that pops out is, of course, Hawaii. Right there, we do see a new SO2 plume, so we know there's still more off-gassing happening, but the old pattern, you can see how that has been shifted around with the wind currents and so on, and that is what we're seeing, some kind of a nice big hook here, and interesting. Anyway, let's look at Kamchatka Peninsula. Of course, we have a whole bunch of volcanoes there, but likely something coming from Shivelish up in the north, and then the other ones would be places like, let's see, is more cameras going to show up? Yeah, that one is Shivelish. This one is one of the other ones. Anyway, some activity from Shivelish, Klyashevskoy, and Karinsky down here, and no, not Karinsky. Which one is it? Yeah, no, it is Karinsky. No, hang on, I'll think of it. Ah, boy, I forgot which one it is down there. Anyway, it must be a Karinsky. Anyway, we got Ibico there as well, doing its thing on Paramashur Island, and we're seeing this build up again. I don't know what the heck is going on there, so we'll leave that one alone. Karimsky, it is Karimsky. I did have it right. Thanks, Sue. I'm glad you're paying attention. We do see some up there in Alaska, nothing too major though. And looks like most of Western Canada looking pretty good till you get to Ontario. We do have some fires there in northern Ontario, and definitely some fires making a heavy SO2 there in Quebec, and hopefully they'll get some of that under control. And we see it pluming out and going over top of a little bit here in Labrador, as well as definitely getting a Newfoundland, and luckily Nova Scotia and PEI and those places are a little bit on the lower side of things, so they're not getting hit with it. Looking at, we've got a big circulation happening there in North and South Dakota, and that might be helping to keep the air a little bit cleaner, and we see most of the regions in the western part of the U.S. are pretty good. Eastern part, we're starting to see more and more of that SO2 from Popocatépetl infiltrate the area in, I guess, I call it the eastern middle portion. The east coast, though, has got a lot less of that SO2, which is absolutely wonderful. Sliding down to Mexico real quick, we do see there's Popocatépetl, the big red splotch, as well as Mexico City, and we see that pluming out and kind of getting recirculated here. So it's been doing that for a while, and looks like this low was actually turning into a double low, and that is feeding itself. So pretty cool. Central American guys are still all pluming into the Pacific Ocean area, a little bit tighter to the land here from Guatemala area. And Nevado del Ruz is still doing its thing. No, hang on, that's yeah, Nevado del Ruz there. Reventator is down here. Ubinas is doing its thing here. So that is all cool, and we see that drifting all the way across Brazil. Hopefully not too bad for them. And in the middle here, we've got Seven Kaya. It's doing its thing, and then of course down, going into Chile, we do see a few of those areas with heavier SO2, and that is likely Villarrica down on the bottom. I was looking here, and we're not seeing any more plumes popping up in the Pacific from Heard Island, Easter Island area, and also not anything here. Mind you, we've got a real heavy circulation, so a lot of rain is falling, but we're not seeing anything coming off the Kermadec Ridge, and very little from White Isle Volcano. Hardly anything from the oil refinery down by Melbourne, and the coking plants just north of Sydney still doing their thing. Tofua still doing its double plume, if you want to call it that. To me, it looks like two places are off-gassing rather than one. Yasur went quiet, but Gawa and Aoba are continuing to step up the pace. And we've got Papua New Guinea and nothing really major going on. Luotolak is still doing its thing. Samaru is still working away there. Merapi in the middle doing its thing. That's Central Java, East Java. And then Krakatau, of course, here in the western portions of Java. That's Krakatau. This is Jakarta. Jakarta and Krakatau are working together. Anik Krakatau, there it is. Beautiful, eh? And that is nice. All right, SO2 for those guys. I'm moving up a little bit more. We do see a little bit more of a plume build up there, and up here, Sinabung doing its thing. Going to leave those guys be. It's pretty normal. Ibu and Dakono, of course, both of them in the news lately as far as volcano reports. We know that they are working away. We see our Japanese ones out here as well, doing their thing. And then in the Philippines, of course, we're going to have our wonderful Mayon and Bulasan, as well as a Taal volcano right there, and that is Manila. So a lot of interesting SO2 levels for those guys. Looks like China's dumping a lot of theirs into Russia up in the north. Looks like Taiwan pretty normal. And what are we seeing here? Well, we do see a little higher level around the island, but That's, what is it, Ryukyu, if I said it correctly. And that is Suwanoshijima there. And moving up, you see that big red splotch. That, of course, is from Sakurajima, and it's off-gassing. And you see this massive plume here of red. Wow, that's all coming from ASO. So ASO has been busy off-gassing a lot of SO2. That is kind of interesting. Moving up to the Tokyo area, we see Tokyo right in here, very heavily populated, but we see this massive plume. And remember what we were seeing with Asama. Asama-san is definitely throwing out a bunch of SO2. And usually when there's gas coming, that kind of indicates that there may be some magma movement as well, because the gases drive the magma as far as movement is concerned. So that is your volcanic propulsion system, lava gases. And anyway, we see pretty normal, actually looks a little better there in India today. And I'm wondering if it looks like they may have a storm in here by the looks of this. And let's finish this real quick because it's just about break time. And we do see the normal stuff from South Africa, gold smelting, and pretty normal for the DR Congo area. Still unable to tell what Eruption is doing. And then, of course, we've got these spots all over here in Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Iran. Those are all oil refineries. And then looking at what's coming off of Mount Etna, we do see that plume being blown northward. We know there's also some SO2 coming from Stromboli and possibly from Volcano as well. But I do believe this one here in Greece, that's a separate issue. And we'll leave that be. And looks like the rest is not bad. Spain looks pretty good, a little bit there in Portugal. France, not bad. Western Germany, a little bit of SO2. I think the barbecues were all going real hard today. And not that bad in Belgium or in the Netherlands, and not so bad in England, Wales, and Ireland, and Scotland, or up in the other countries here in Sweden, Norway, and Finland. And Iceland looking pretty darn clean as far as I can tell. On that friendly note, it's time for me to go back to taking a break. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please consider doing that. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and we will come back with the weather after the break. And I want to see, I think maybe we can even take a look at Shivelish. Yeah, it's not the greatest of pictures, but let's do that just before I go on break. Shivelish, hard to see. And, whoop, I wanted to hit that and make that bigger. Yeah, it's really quite hard to see. You can see some of the walls of the caldera in there, but a lot of smoke and steam in there, so hard to tell what's going on. Same thing within the background. Let's leave that one be. Let's look at that middle shot. And yeah, way too many clouds there, so that's kind of what I thought. You really can't make out what's going on. Let's leave that alone. The distance shot isn't any better either. All right, back to the lava. I'm going to go take that break. I'll throw some music on for you. Play nice in the lava there. And I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Smile, thanks. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and John and JB and Mars 2028 and a whole bunch of other people. Hang on, what the? Oh, never mind. That quacker was in there again. Thanks, Mars and Henry and Hermione and Fluffy and Colin and Brian. Awesome. So, yeah, it's. I was reading some of the comments there with the wildfires, and of course, wildfires. The primary ignition source is lightning, typically, and at least it is in British Columbia and here in Alberta. Although I have seen wildfires start with other sources, of course, campfires and human foolishness flicking their cigarette butts when it's really dry out and that kind of stuff. So that can certainly cause a lot of it as well. Other things that have caused it in the past is things like broken bottles, or they don't even need to be broken. If you throw out an empty clear bottle of glass, sometimes that can be reflective enough to cause lensing and heat things up and start a wildfire. So there's all kinds of different sources for these fires, and you always got to watch out. There's like if you're going into the woods, make sure you take everything back out, including the empty bottles, and that is really something that'd be interesting. Someone's been eating quackers during in the lounge and has made a mess of the quackers. Oh no! I wonder if that duck has been around there. All right, who's eating quackers? I know the cookies were in the lounge, but I didn't put any quackers in there. Lava, don't forget the lava. Yeah, lava can do that too, wonky donkey. And as we've seen it, lava bombs specifically flying out with a decent shot. We've seen it in Iceland, of course. We've seen it in places like Fuego when we have those massive lava bomb throws that it does sometimes. Catches things on fire very quickly. Mexico is another place from Popocatépetl where a bunch of that ejecta ended up creating some fires around the base of the volcano, and it happens. So a very good point there, Mr. Wonky Donkey, and you're pretty on the ball for a donkey today, and that is all awesome. Anyway, let's go over and have a look at our weather map and see what is happening, and we'll have a look. And hang on, what we saw Simaru started some fires a few weeks ago. Yes, it did do that as well. That's another one on Mars. So a good point. Let's park our lava, and we will put that on, and we'll go over to our weather map. There it is. Ta-da! And first thing I'm looking for is saying, hey, where's the other storm? I think the battle between whatever it was it Brett and Cindy, and Cindy won. Cindy killed Brett. Where's Brett? Brett is gone. Cindy killed Brett. Oh no, as the volcano churns. Anyway, interesting to see that. Let's have a look at some of the weather around the world, and we'll start out with looking at some 26 degrees in places up in Alaska. Looks awful toasty for them, and this is their summer, of course. And we see Yukon is pretty darn warm. It looks like that warmth pushed the cold Arctic air back up, and that high isn't winning. It's the warm air that's winning, and we do see it trying to push into Nunavut but we want none of it. And we do see it's a lot nicer in Greater Slave Lake area, that type of stuff, as well as in central and British Columbia. We are seeing temperatures up to 28 degrees, pretty toasty there. Looking at Vancouver, sitting at about 18, 19 degrees. Over there on the rock for Bob, he's looking like he's in about 20, 21, 22 degrees. Not bad for over there. Quick peek at Osoyoos area, only about 24. Go over on the other side on the next mountain ridge. Kermer moves up to 29. Penticton sitting at about 25. Looks like probably north of Oliver there, about 30 degrees. Kelowna sitting at 29 as well. Beautiful weather for those guys. Moving into Alberta, and let's just back out a little bit. We see 25. It's more like 26 or 27 here in Edmonton, but beautiful weather. 24 in Red Deer. Calgary at a cold 18, and looks like Medicine Hat about 28, and about 26 there in Lethbridge. Zooming in a little bit, looking for Swift Current. We've got about 25 degrees there, so nice day there as well. Looks like most of Saskatchewan is doing awesome. Some up here in the northeastern, central northeastern side, we see up to 30 degrees, and that goes all the way into Manitoba as well. Winnipeg sitting at 26. We do see a low circulating down here, and that is in North Dakota, but that is moving some air in South Dakota as well as Minnesota. So kind of interesting to see that. Northern Ontario looking pretty good, up to 27 degrees. We get a little bit warmer as we get around Sudbury, 28 roughly, and the border regions towards Quebec about the same as well. 24 there in Toronto, 23, 24 in London. Detroit coming in at 29. We see the temperatures drastically increase down here in the U.S. Between looks like about 28 to about 25, depending on where you are. In Chicago, same kind of thing, a little bit lower, 26 to about 23. Even 19 there when you get over top of the water. So Lake Michigan still warming up, of course, and as you go a little further to the west, Madison at 31 degrees. Pretty warmish, and Montreal coming in at about 22, Quebec at 24, and looks like they've got some really nice weather there in northeastern portions of New Brunswick, up to 28 degrees. The coastal area 17, 18. Halifax coming in at about 17 degrees, 19 in Cole Harbour. We see that just a little bit over, and it doesn't take much. That temperature goes up. Even the good people that are hiking on the Cabot Trail, going past our Cabot Patch Kids, are having to drink a little more water. It's warm there. Up to about 26 degrees there in Newfoundland, a little cooler on the Avalon Peninsula, and looking at what we see here in Labrador, the coastal areas, single digits, anywhere from about 6 to 8 for what we see, and that should be good for there. Let's go to the U.S. and see what we've got. Portland about 25. San Jose coming in at about 17, it looks like. 15 in San Francisco, getting a little bit warmer on the other side. Sacramento a little bit hotter, 27 degrees. What is Redding? 31 in Redding, that is wow. Fresno coming in at 30. Bakersfield 29. LA sitting at about 23, 24 degrees. Not bad temperature. And oh boy, let's see, we see a 41 so far as the high temperature there in Death Valley. So 41 so far there, but the official is saying 39, and we'll split the difference. We'll call it 40 degrees. And we got 36 in Las Vegas. Mexicali sitting at 39 degrees. Wow, that is a cooking. There's got to be some 40s in that area now. I seen one pop up there for a second, but that is pretty hot. And yeah, make sure you stay hydrated if you're in those areas. And looks like that hot weather is all the way over into Phoenix, sitting there at 39. Tucson also 39. Wow, they are cooking. And I'm seeing some 41s here in northern portions of Mexico. Albuquerque is sitting at 34, and looks like we've got that just flowing in there. There's 43 degrees there in Texas. Wow, that is getting up there. 44 and 45 we've seen in here. So yeah, there it is, 45 in Texas so far for the high temp. Looks like about 32 there in Corpus Christi, 38 in San Antonio, Houston 36 degrees, Austin coming in at 36, Dallas at 36 as well, and some incredible hot temperatures are going up here. 40, 41 degrees, that is pretty wild. 35 in Oklahoma. I wonder why that spot is cold. We got 27, 28 degrees there. Everything else is really hot around it. And that includes up to about 43 degrees in some spots. Pretty awesome. Oklahoma City 36, Little Rock, Arkansas 35. Going down to New Orleans, a little bit cooler at 29, but still very, very pleasant. About 29 in Miami. Orlando likely a little warmer, well, close, 29, 30 degrees in that area. 27 in Jacksonville. We're seeing Atlanta sitting at about 30, and moving up, Charlotte, North Carolina 28. Grandma B, you got about 23, 24 degrees Celsius, so almost hitting that 80. You're in the high 70s anyway. That'd make a beautiful day. Virginia Beach coming in at about 25 C, and dry today. Okay, that is probably good. Humidity is what usually gets you. 26 in Baltimore, 26 in Philadelphia, 23 there in New York, and Boston coming in at 23, 24 degrees as well. Let's see if we can hunt for a little bit more of that hot temperature. We've seen the highest ones so far there in Texas, up to 30, or what was it, 45 or 46 degrees. There we see that 44 sitting right in there. That is pretty nasty. And yeah, 44. So not good for them. You'd be a little bit warmish with those temps. We do want to look around here as well. We know, yeah, there's a 45 there at the border. So I'm just scanning to see if we see anything warmer here. We had that 46 in there earlier, so yep, looks like still there. We do see some hot temperatures throughout Mexico today. Very, very warm weather. The Baja, it's even got some 43 degree temperatures. That is pretty wild. And we see 43s over on the 44 right there, on the northern portions of Mexico. Let's go down here. Some isolated spots. We do see some places up to 40 there as well. Mexico City 25, 26, 27 degrees depending on where you are. And down here again up to about 41 degrees in some spots there in their desert-like area, the edge of the plateau, and that is pretty warm. And looks like Yucatan Peninsula is pretty much heated up all the way through. And we see 30 degrees in Cancun, and Belize coming in at about 31 as well, sliding down a little bit more, about the same in El Salvador and a lot of the other countries, holding some beautiful temperatures. The lighter areas here, of course, cooler temperatures because of the mountain range, but the shorelines there are still seeing 28s to 30s, pretty awesome. And we see 31, 32 there, and the 33 even in the lower portions of Colombia. Going up the hill here in the river valley, we do see up to 30, what is it, 34 degrees. That's not that bad, but humid, I bet, and up to 34 here in Venezuela. And the jungle areas during the daytime, of course, 26, 27, 28 degrees for most of Venezuela, and the jungles of Colombia, as well as, let's see what we see, up to about 29 degrees there in Peru. The coastal areas, of course, slightly cooler. Guayaquil there in Ecuador, 27. Quito, Ecuador as a whole, a bunch cooler with 12 or 13 degrees. Moving down a little bit more, Lima, Peru is sitting at about 20, 21 degrees for them. And we do have 26, 27, 28 there in, what is that? That's Bolivia. And up to 28 degrees there in Paraguay as well. That is not bad. While we're over here in Rio de Janeiro, only 22, 23. And we see about 19, 20 there in Sao Paulo. And looks like the bottom end here did warm up a bunch in Brazil. And of course, seeing temperatures from up to about 24 degrees there in Uruguay. Paysandú coming in at 19. We can see that cutoff line here. Everything else in cooler temperatures. Yona is here. Welcome, Yona. Good to have you on board. And we see those colder temperatures. Could be snow. I don't know. That might be a bad word for them. We'll leave that be. Let's go over to New Zealand. Actually, let's take a break. Then we will go over to New Zealand. I'm just looking at the clock. It is a break time, you guys. So we're going to go take a break. And I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. For those who haven't hit that like button yet, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet hit the subscribe button, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and I still don't know where that duck is hiding, but I'll be back, and here's some music. the microphone is back on, and everybody is talking about all kinds of places, and a Celtic Color Festival, International Festival in Cape Town. Okay, cool. All kinds of neat things. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and John and JB, and I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart, as well as thank you, Sue, for the welcome back, and Henry and Hermione and Fluffy, and what happened to the wonky, quacky donkey, and thank you, Charlotte, also for that welcome back, and oh, there goes that. I'm wondering if, that would be funny if the donkey, every time he opened his mouth to speak, it sounded like that. That would be confusing. A duck sound coming from a donkey. Anyway, let's leave that alone. I don't know. Just weird things. Park that canned lava. We'll put that there, and we used almost hour and a half of canned lava already. Wow. Who gave the wonky donkey a duck a call? I can do that. Oh boy, that is going to be funny. I clicked on the wrong place, I think. No, maybe not. We're going back to the weather map. And of course, we were going to check out what it was like there in New Zealand. So zooming in a little bit, taking a look at the temperature at Christchurch, we got 13. Looks like single digits for much of the southern end. Of course, it is winter in the southern island, and both islands, I guess they call it winter. But that's what we're seeing, up to about 13 degrees maximum. And the North Island, Wellington, coming in at about 14 degrees, and let's see if it gets a little warmer. Hastings is 13, Taupo about 12, I think, roughly thereabouts, and Auckland is sitting at about 16, with looks like some of the other areas there, Hamilton about 16, Bay of Plenty about 16 degrees. And we don't see any 17s anywhere, but that is okay, I guess. Still pretty good for them. Better than minus 16. And Hobart coming in at 8. Not so warm. A little bit warmer on the coastlines, but not by much. A degree or two. And we are seeing that massive low here. That will give them some more wet weather. Melbourne coming in at about 9 degrees. Leo is going to end up as sounding like a duck. If that cold, rainy weather continues. 9 in Adelaide. Canberra coming in at 6. Sydney only at 12 today. And Brisbane sitting at a very cold 14. Hopefully they will warm up a bit. Looking at the northern portions here, we only see about 26 as the highest temperature in Australia, and we see Perth coming in at about 9 or 10 degrees. Not so bad in the northern areas here on the Kermadec Ridge, out in Tonga, 24, 25. Same thing for Fiji area, slightly cooler for New Caledonia, and Vanuatu is sitting at about 24, 25 degrees as well. Moving over to Papua New Guinea, a little bit cooler. And you got to remember, we're looking at it early in the morning. They will warm up a whole bunch. So fear not. We do see those cooler temperatures at anywhere from about 21 to 27 on Java. And about this, from 16 to about 27 there on Sumatra. Singapore coming in at about 16. Looks like about 27 or 28 there in Bangkok. And thank you, Sue. And Manila coming in at about 28, a little bit warmer. We do see some warmer temperatures out in the waters here. And that'll be places like Guam out here. Well, they're getting at 28 degrees as well. not that bad for them, and it doesn't look too bad in Taiwan. We see the East China Sea is a little bit warmer here. Then we get in a little further into the Yellow Sea, a little bit cooler there. Let's see what Japan is up to. Kagoshima sitting at a nice, comfortable 24 degrees right now, and 24 also in Tokyo. And of course we see a mild circulation here in the Sea of Japan. Sapporo beer was a commercial I watched today. Sapporo, they've got good beer apparently. I didn't know the Japanese make beer, but they do. 20 degrees there, and that was interesting. And we see up to, what do we got, 24, 23, yeah, up to about 23 degrees there on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Still likely melting a lot of that snow they've got and causing some floods. Delhi coming in about 27 right now. We do see northern India though, 34, 33 degrees there. We are also seeing up to about 37 degrees there in Pakistan. And even out here we see 42, 43s there in Iran. Southern portions of Africa looking well warmer today than they were yesterday. 13 in Cape Town. We do see a little bit of heat up to 16 degrees there. Madagascar not bad as well, and still some cold temps in here, 11, 12 degrees. Hopefully things will warm up for them. Central regions a little bit better, up to 23 or so. And let's see if we scan around the desert and see how hot it got. So far it looks like about 38, 39 right there as the hottest one. We see a 40 in there, but that is still not touching that 46 we found over in Texas. We are seeing same thing here, the other end of the Sahara Desert, which is actually Saudi Arabia and UAE and that area. We are seeing up to 38, 39 degrees in some of those places. Riyadh coming in at 34. Cairo is comfortable at 24. Baghdad at 31, so a little bit more stuff going on there. Turkey and the eastern portions are not that bad, but still single digits, and they'll warm up in a little while. Malatya coming in at about 20, 21, and Adana about 22 degrees. Looking at our wonderful Piggy's place, she said it was a beautiful up to the 30 degree mark again today. Looks like about 22, 23 there. Thank you, Sue. And Athens, I got about 23 right now for those guys. Going over to Sicily, we see a 23, 24 in Campania. Radanzo a little bit cooler, coming in anywhere from about 15 to about 17 degrees. Thank you, Sue. And moving up, we got Naples at 23 degrees, and we got Rome at 23, and Milano up in the top here, 24. And looking at some of the higher temperatures in Spain, they are up to 31 degrees in a few places. That is awesome. Madrid coming in about 26, 27. Lisbon about 22 right now. Aurelio's place about 23. He's doing all right. And Nantes for Tanto coming in at about 21, 22. And then of course Paris about 21 and there as well. Little colder in the Alps though, but Zurich is 17. Munich coming in at 16. Frankfurt sitting at 19. Cologne about 20. Vaughn's House about 20 as well. And we see about 18 there in Brussels in Belgium. Amsterdam is 19 there in Holland, not so bad. 19 in Berlin, 18 in Hamburg, and Copenhagen coming in about 18, Aarhus about 16, And Oslo 15 degrees, and seeing about 16 over in what's our other place over here? Boy, oh boy, Stockholm. How about that? St. Petersburg coming in at about 16, and Moscow sitting at 12. And let's see, London coming in at 21 degrees. Looks like Wales up to about that 20-degree mark as well. Leeds about 18 right now. Glasgow coming in at 18. About 18 in Aberdeen as well. And the coastline, some of the spots might be just a tad warmer as you're out there near the coast. Dublin about 16, and we see about 17 or so over there. Thanks again, Sue, for Doolin, where our wonderful Irish monk resides. And looking here, up to about 16 degrees in the northern portions of Iceland, so they are getting some better weather. We see about 11 or 12, maybe even a bit more there in Reykjavik. That is awesome. Of course, they've got very long days now, so that is certainly helping warm things up. Let's switch over to precipitation and see what we've got. This low churning away just off of the peninsula there in Alaska, and then we see rain showers over a good portion of Alaska and going into the Yukon, a little bit here on the top of the Panhandle, and we see this kind of storm going all the way across from Alberta, from BC all the way into Nunavut, north of the Hudson's Bay. Seeing a little bit more rain in south central areas of BC. Rain clouds, they're saying we're supposed to get some rain tomorrow. We'll see what happens. This stuff here in the foothills and moving eastward, we'll keep an eye on that. We do have this circulation down here, as mentioned before, in North Dakota, and that is also in Minnesota and the bottom end of Manitoba and the western corner there of Ontario. So a little bit of action there, and a bunch of isolated storms throughout southern Ontario, as well as into Quebec, and that is kind of a neat looking. Looks like some rain and New Brunswick. No, not much rain in Nova Scotia right now, so that is okay. And we are seeing reasonable amounts there of nothing in Newfoundland, just a little bit up here. And Labrador, a little spot or two of rain as well. Let's just go down the coast here while we're on this side. So places like Maine and New Hampshire and those states are getting nailed. New York is, of course, getting some isolated storms as well. Pennsylvania as well, as we go down Virginia, West Virginia area, I think, too. And we see in the Carolinas, Grandma B might have a storm over top of her right now. Just looking at that one cell right there, might be a small one, but that should pass. And sliding down a little bit further, we see not much in Georgia. We do see down here in Florida, they are getting some stormy activity. Hopefully that dissipates a little bit. And Louisiana area has some isolated storms as well. And some stuff here in Texas in the hot zone. And of course the Northwest, a bunch of isolated little patches of rain here and there. So pretty cool. And northern Mexico has some, and then from Mexico City and down to pretty much all of the Yucatan Peninsula. That includes down through Guatemala and into Honduras and El Salvador, a little bit in Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama are getting rained upon as well with stormy weather. and we see Venezuela and Colombia, a good portion of Ecuador, as well as into Peru and into the jungles of Brazil. And looks like the rest of Brazil fairly open though. We do have a system down here, bottom tip of Brazil into Uruguay. It's not bothering Paysandú though on the other side of that country. And south of Santiago, Chile, we do see some good storm activity being generated by that low out here, as well as in the fjords of Chile, a bunch of different weather, including snow. And let's get over to New Zealand, see what we got there. And we do see the western coast of the South Island definitely getting nailed with rain, and it's getting all the way over to the east down there. Northern portions are a little bit better, and then the eastern side up here from that low twirling around, bringing that air in there with that moisture. Looks like a little bit up on the peninsula as well. Moving over, and we see that low definitely generating a bunch of thunderstorms, northern or northwestern and northern areas of Tasmania getting nailed, as well as we see the coastline here from Adelaide on downward getting nailed as well. And even a little further over north of Perth, we do see that whole coastline though. That low was really mixing up some stuff. Moving northward, we do see from that low sitting over, it's sitting on the Kermadec Ridge basically. So hopefully that'll calm down and move to the east and give them some better weather in New Zealand. Looks like Tonga is getting a bunch of rain and cooler weather there as well. That might be affected by a lot of this, but even the American Samoa is likely some rain. Looks like Fiji is drying right now, same thing with New Caledonia and Vanuatu, but we do see this storm in most of the Papua New Guinea islands, and that is what we're seeing there. Not so bad on the Big Island. Same thing goes for eastern Indonesia, and we move along and see not bad in most of those islands, going up to well, it looks like Java's got a few little showers there, but Sumatra got more showers, and looks like Singapore is raining again. Ha! Go figure. It's always raining there in Singapore. We do see some of that sitting out in the water as well. Bad weather for them, and of course the Philippines are getting nailed again still, but that is okay. Looking at, we see some rain in Hong Kong. Looks like some rain in the East China Sea. Maybe that'll drift into the Yellow Sea. Shanghai looks like it's dry right now, but we are seeing down here in Sapporo, or sorry, not Sapporo, Kagoshima is getting a bunch of thunderstorms, or just skirting it, rain on the southern island there. The rest of Japan, not bad, just a couple of showers here and there, and nothing on the Kamchatka Peninsula. We do see some stuff here in northern China and Russia. India still getting a whole bunch of rain. It is the rainy season. This is the official rainy season for them. And of course we see all kinds of rain pouring in. I'm sure they will be okay. Bay of Bengal is not too bad, but we do see storms, so little boats not good, big boats okay. And looks like our Madagascar not bad for the most part, and then South Africa looking pretty dry up to about this central point there. We know there's a bunch of jungle conditions in there, so that is possible. And the Sahara Desert, pretty dry looking all the way across. Looks dry in Turkey right now, and it'll be dry for Piggy's Place, and also dry for Sicily. Well, a little bit of water there, nothing much though. In Italy, we are seeing though Albania and places like that are getting some rain as well. Dry in Spain, and dry in Portugal and France and Germany and those countries. Most of Europe looking pretty dry. Poland has a little bit there. Everything else is not bad. And looking at what we see in Norway and Sweden, a little system up there. Finland has a couple of spots with some rain as well. England, on the other hand, well, England is not bad. Wales is not bad. Looks like most of Scotland is not being hit with anything. But looks like our wonderful Irish monk is just on the edge of that storm. Hopefully it won't get him too badly. There's that low that's causing it, and that will likely move more east, and we'll see how badly it does. And let's look at what we got. A bunch of rain coming down in our wonderful Iceland. Hope that they are all okay with that. Lots of rain. I didn't know they had that much rain there. Greenland Sea, definitely some ice rain, and of course some snow in Greenland. Go figure, this time of year. Santa Claus is practicing. All right, there we go. We're going back. Actually, we're going to temperature map. That's what we want to do. There we go. And we'll find the coldest spot. Yeah, I know it's a break time. We're going to end it, though. We'll keep going till I find our cold spot, and we'll finish off the show. 39, pardon me, 69 so far over there. 74 I seen there. Let's see, minus 74. Let's see where our cold is. Minus 72, 74, 75, 78. We'll find the cold spots, and looking and searching, and we will find them. There's got to be some colder temps in here. Let's zoom in a little bit, and let's see, minus 75, 70, no, don't, here, minus 88, and wow, there we go, minus 88 so far, minus 87, 88, that is a little bit on the colder side, and that is pretty nasty. Yeah, minus 86. I'm just kind of scanning across here. It looks like a minus 88 is the coldest. Oh, minus 89. And that is what we're seeing in there. Minus 89 so far. Wow. Oh, I seen a minus 90 right there. Minus 90 degrees Celsius. Do we have a minus 91? And I don't see one. So, yep, I'm going to call it a minus 90 is cold enough for just about anyone. And that's it. I'm calling it. Sue found a minus 90 as well. Awesome. It's a tie. We've frozen together. That is incredible. And that is cold. Minus 90 degrees Celsius. And that's got to be like a minus 127 Fahrenheit or something thereabouts. Very cold temperatures. Okay, and the only storm left on here, and I really wonder what happened to the other one. It turned into a low, and got beat up by Cindy. Brett got beat up by Cindy. I'm sorry, Brett. Hopefully Cindy will do the same thing, calm down and dissipate, and would be nice. Anyway, let's leave it as that. and that is going to be an early show today, and that is great for me. I want to relax a little bit and have a little time to myself, so awesome. And Sue is, another icy tie. Yep, Sue is off to go feed the animals in the cold places. And I am going to start saying thank you to all of you who are here. Also, a big thank you to our wonderful super chatters and gift givers. And actually, the only gift giver today was Piggy, as far as sending out a 1 month free membership gift, and I know C&D Boy got that. And then from there we had Piggy with her super chat, then Gura with a nice super chat, Sharon Stewart had a beautiful super chat there as well, and then Piggy had 2 more super chats, and then JB also threw in a super chat. Thank you very kindly for your guys' support. That certainly does help out and keeps that stream running. And thank you very much to each and every one of you that's in here, all the members. And we do really, really appreciate all of you. Without you, of course, the show would not exist. So remember that. A big thank you for every last one. On those notes, though, it is time to make my way towards the door. Aloha, Mark the Shark, and welcome. And we're just getting a ready thing to wrap things up. I just want to put the times up there. We've got to remember tomorrow is Sunday, so we will be starting earlier again for the weekend shows. And on that friendly note, big thanks to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Joseph Fields, Texas, Lucas Snow, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, moderators. You guys are awesome. Appreciate every one of you being here and helping out, or if you're not here, at least your intentions, that's all good. And thank you to Sue again for sending in those volcano reports, and we'll see how we can work that weekly report in for tomorrow at the start of the stream there, Sue, so it won't go to waste, trust me. And on those notes, thanks all to the Lavaliers and the entire Lava family. Whether you're a member or not, you're still part of our wonderful group, and thank you for being here. On those terms, time to wrap it up, and me to relax. Be good, be kind, and take care of yourselves. Stay safe, and please, most of all, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back tomorrow. Good night, and take care, and oink oink.
quack.